Wah. Hello. Spookin'. It's time to start. I know it's late. So let's get into it. Hello, Vanini. Welcome in. How you doing today? Doing right, good. How's your cold? Oh, I never adjusted that. Hold on. Let me do that now. Yeah, weren't you sick? Okay, it's past then. Good, good, good. I didn't know if it was a cold or what. At the very least, it sounds like it's past. Ah, I see, I see. This one actually should probably happen every 30. It's D&D today. It is D&D today. Wait. Yeah, no, it should be D&D today. Because D&D is on the same week as my... No, that happens every week. Wait, hold on. D&D might have been last week. Where's... There they are. We met. D&D is not this week on Wednesday. I think D&D's next week. The Thursday group is supposed to be this week, I think. Right? Actually, if we're doing the charity meeting on Thursdays, like we did the last time we met, then the charity meeting is this Thursday, which means D&D would be on Wednesday. I would definitely double check with everybody else. Currently, signs are pointing to yes, D&D today. I could have sworn that the, Did you get like last week or the week before? I thought it was last week, because I thought that was the week of D&D that it happened. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. But I'm working on a bot right now, by the way. On this. Oh yeah, and that was the week of the... okay, yeah. That's been 2 weeks. This would be the week of D&D then. I need to set calendar reminders for myself. Yeah. There's a fine line between putting stuff on your personal calendar and putting stuff on your work calendar. Anything you definitely don't think that you need for anything that you think you will need if you were to leave your place of work, you should probably put on a personal calendar. That's true. I can see that working out. But not everybody has a Gmail account. Run action. Wait, no. Hold on. I'm trying to make a sub and follow message that gets printed out. This is the bot that I use. I should make a spreadsheet for this. I think I've said that before. There we go. That's done. Alright, it's time to get to business for the day. I know I'm late this morning. I woke up like at 9:15. Which was a tragedy. Took me a long time to get ready this morning because I had actually planned to make bread. Well, I planned to start making bread, so I have to mix the flour and the sourdough together and then just kind of let it sit around for a few hours. Partway during this stream today, I'm going to get up and go put it in the fridge so it can ferment a little bit slower. A bread. Indeed. Just one a bread. Actually, it's going to be two a bread. I feel like such a dingus. Because yesterday I went to the grocery store. I went to the expensive grocery store to pick up bread flour. And I left the grocery store with everything but bread flour. I picked up stuff to make a pizza. I think I got it in my head that I was gonna make a pizza. So I've got basil, and I've got well, I had some Parmesan cheese already. I've got basil, I've got mushrooms, and I've got bell pepper that I bought. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna make pizza. Although I can't do that until my mixing bowl is free from the sourdough dough. Sourdough dough? So I think what I'm gonna do is, after it's sat in the bowl for a little bit, I'm gonna transfer it to another bowl. Actually, that'd probably be better to do sooner rather than later, wouldn't it? And then I can use the mixing bowl to make pizza. Pizza dough! It's gotta sit around for like 3 hours before I can actually make it a pizza. Slow rise, because it's using old sourdough. It's not as... doesn't have a get up and go anymore. It's barely been fed and it's been like a month. Just to give it flavor. That's basically it. It's not really leavening. I've got yeast that I'm going to use in that. Alright. First order of business that I have is to attempt to make some more models, I think, to try to prevent this scaling problem that I was having. Oh no, the music's radio just stopped. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so I want to make it actually, one thing that I need to do that I noticed earlier was this. No, this. The breadstick task object. Open that shit up. This collider is a trigger, you silly. Wait, no, this collider is not a trigger. This collider is a trigger. Why is it a ball? Oh, this collider is just completely borked. Did I not change that and save it last time? I mean, I guess not. Apparently not, but I could have sworn I did. Because this is my baguette. This is its actual shape now. I've made this in Blender. It took way longer than it should have. Nice. It took me like 15 minutes to figure out how to bisect an object. It's because I had to make a sphere, and I needed to bisect it down the center and then take it apart and put the end caps on the end of a cylinder to make it the the capsule, because I also did it with the player capsule. You can see it. I didn't smooth it, so it's all faceted right now. But it's, I mean, it works. Now he, the player, and he, the breadstick, are scaled at 1:1:1, but they are the size that I need them to be. Sphere cut in half, extrude, and then mirror? That's a good point. I probably should have done that instead. And then you just weld the mirror together? Because then you know that it's even. I had the cylinder. I made the cylinder. I made the cylinder the height. The mirror does that for you? It'll weld it together? Oh. That would also be handy because I had to go manually weld this together. I knew that mirror was a thing. I didn't expect it to actually do the welding for you though. I guess that does make sense. Cause I did a like a humanoid shape tutorial at one point, and it did have me mirror things. I put a mirror filter, I think it was. I'm gonna disappear. Boo! I'm back. I had a sneeze. If you're wondering. Spook. I'm still working on. Oh wait, no, I wanted Unity, but I wanted OBS up front. Unity and OBS are right next to each other and they're the same colors. Their icons are anyway. The ball task object, I should probably do it with too. I can just make a sphere and then export that. That'll be fine. But I want my sphere, my spherical object is currently at 75% of its original size. I should probably also bake this E to be this size as well. So that I know that there's no weird scaling stuff happening with the position of these objects. This is all something that I'm trying to do. I'm trying to normalize everything so that I can properly make the positions of these objects in the player's hand and then put them back down on the ground. I don't know if it's entirely necessary, but that's kind of what I'm experimenting with here. I want to cut out all possible red herrings in this process. Blender sure is taking its time. You would have been more spooked with the sneeze. I have a dad sneeze. It's really loud, so it scares away all the animals that are nearby. Wait, no, I need to kill the collection too. Goodbye! I want a sphere? Sphere. 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 Smooth. At least I got this one smooth. I don't know how big this is gonna be. Where's export? So let's go ahead and export it and check the size. There we go. I need to get back started on my calculator that I was trying to make, but I have to do a bunch of testing for that, and I don't have time to do any testing for it. I was making a, I had the idea to make a Monster Hunter build calculator that basically would just spit you out a build that could maximize whatever you were going for. If you wanted to support, it would give you a really good support build for whatever weapon you could set constraints for it, and it would be, here's a build that'll work for that. Here's a build that'll work for that. Oh, you're only high rank? Here's a build that'll work for that. But I need to do damage tests because I was trying to calculate damage, and all of the calculations, like the formulas for calculating damage that I was seeing, I couldn't reproduce, and I don't know why. This is a sphere. I'm not really changing it much, so it should be okay if I just export it as is without changing its rotation or anything. Let me actually make a new folder. Oh wait, hold on. Sick. Oh, you know what? That's a lot smaller than I thought it was gonna be. Why does it insist on rotating these things to weird angles? Like, I told it Y up, Z forward, just rotate it, just keep it normal. Why can't, I haven't changed these, they're all zeroed out. Everything's zeroed here, but when I export it to Unity, it unzeros everything for some reason. 'Tis quite bizarre, in my opinion. Alright, so let's go edit the ball. Let's make it big. Let's scale it up by 50. That's bigger. That's bigger than I wanted it to be. But that might actually work out okay. Alright. Don't know why I decided that was the accent I was going to do, but that's the accent I'm going to do, I guess. Hello, Zuby. Do you how do? You're doing good? Good. I'm glad. Just doodling me too. Is it doodling for recreation or for convention? The game stuff's going good. I'm making a ball to replace my ball. A little bit of fun and convention. No, good. I needed to get all of the all of the scales. Currently this where is it? Oh, this is the breadstick. Currently the ball that I have here is scaled down to 75% of its bigness. And I needed it to be not that. So I made my own sphere that is one scale, but it's the same size. I will hydrate. And now that I can actually have my manager open, I will mark it as complete. This is like, I feel pretty well rested today, so I've got energy. This is the first time in a while I've had decent energy. It's probably because I overslept, but immediately counteracted with caffeine. Yes. Oh, I didn't name it. Hold on. It's still sphere in here. Let me rename this to ball task object. What we're gonna call it. Because I'm original. Do I need to export that? I think I do. It's not gonna update the information. I didn't even call the other one task object. I just called it a breadstick. And I mean, it is a breadstick. I've flattened it out a bit too, so it would be a breadstick. Wait, where's the flat part? Yeah, it's flattened a little this way. Where's the dip? Oh, I didn't put the little dips in it. Oh, you're talking about the dip to put the breadstick in. I thought you were talking about like the score lines. Maybe I can make the ball the dip. Have you ever had a sphere of dip? The dip ball. That would be weird. That sounds like some future stuff right there. Like they float the ball of dip in the air and you just stick a breadstick into it. Marinara. That's got to be a gross ball though. Chunky tomatoes floating around in midair. Why are you big? Why are you too big? I would like you to be too small. Oh, I can do this with you. Okay. 0.35? No, 0.40. That's a bit too big. 0.38. 0.39? No, 3.8 seems to be it. 3.7 seems too small. 3.8 seems about right. It's probably more like 3.75. because I think that's like an 8 divisor, an 8th. I don't think divisor is a word. Divisor is probably what I meant to say. Dividend. The thing that you divide by. Alright, let's make tracks. I don't need to save this one out. You can stop existing. It'll be okay. You're just a test object. Let's also go ahead and make an object for the E. Just so I don't have to worry about its placement happening to become strange. Can I import? I don't think I can because it's not a... Let's just make a new one. Don't save that. Get out of here. Whoops, didn't want to do that. No collections. Oh, I guess I need to make a material for this? Or can I import a material? Oh, I'm gonna have to adjust some of these things on the bot too. Actually, it should be the other way around. There we go. I want to try to make these messages get better spaced out than they currently are. They're currently kind of stacked on top of each other. I want to make you have a picture of an E. I would like you to E. Can you E? E. Wonderful. That's hilarious. Let me get my E. Is there a material import? I didn't actually check. .mat. No .mats. No material importing. Can I just drag? What if I just drag? Nice. Nothing happened. If I can if I can get this plane Making this plane will make things easier, actually, because then I can take away that extra rotation that I'm doing. I won't need to necessarily have that be anything other than 0, 0, 0 if I can just rotate it in Blender and face it the direction that I need it to be. So that'll at least make things visually more easy to manage. Texture, that's what I need to do. I was just wondering if you wanted to hang out with me and smoke weed and fill our bellies with diet soda. E. E. My smiling friend's knowledge is coming out. Oh no. Diet soda. And play Burnout Revenge for the PS2. So I should be able to add a texture to the material, right? Or can I just apply the texture directly to the... Not gonna lie, I'm struggling to focus. Is it because of the music? I know that was the main reason oh, it's not okay. That was the main reason that I switched off I used to have house music playing. But I kept paying more attention to the songs than I would the work. So now I have lo-fi. Your brain's just in generally going burr. I find, well, you're doing stuff for fun and for, I usually find like switching the task to something and then coming back to what I was working on is a little bit easier to handle it. But it depends on how you work, I guess. Maybe it's break time. Fill our bellies with diet soda. It's not easy to do. It takes me... I do it during these streams. I've done it like twice, I think, so far. Maybe 3 times. Live. But it's not easy. It takes me like 2 hours to recognize that it's happening. And then I'm like, okay, I need to move on to something else. And then I do, and then I do something for like 15 minutes, and then I come back to it, and I like solve the problem instantly. It's like, well, I wish I had done that earlier. Ah, I've killed him. Yee. Oh, use this button. Oh. Let's call this. Let's actually name this instruction. Interaction instruction. Oh, I need to go into edit mode. Let's go to tab. Once you're in edit mode. Oh wait, notice how the new material surface property is initialized as principled bistif. There's a standard Blender mod material that exports. Okay, alright, cool. A new assign button will appear under material. Click it. Okay. Assign. Oh, there is an assign button. I didn't do anything. Assign active material slot to selection. Okay, I assume that that's being assigned to the plane then. I already have a material, I mean a texture. It's just a big E. If I can get it on both sides, that would also be neato. Alan, you will hang out with me. Wait, hold on. I'm missing the texture option down here. What happened to that? I guess here. But it go away when I do this. Interesting. I don't know why that's happening, but that's a thing that's happening. Wow. There are many sites that offer free textures. Yes, yes, yes. In the Materials tab under Surface. Okay. So I click on the bistif. And I assume that's like something along the lines of texture. Or I'm gonna remove it maybe. Search for base color. Well, B is here, and there's not one there, so I don't have that option. Oh, under the surface section, not inside. Don't click the surface section. Click the smaller yellow dot. Ah, image texture. Open. Well, that's not what I want. What happened to the texture that I just made? Okay, well, let's go find... Assets 2D. E. E. There's no E yet on this thing. E has not applied. Okay, so that's supposedly supposed to be it. That was all I needed to do. But it didn't do the voodoo that you do. Go do that voodoo that you do so well. I want to watch Blazing Saddles again. That's a good movie. Display the number of users of this data. Wait, what? I clicked it and it changed the file number. Fake user. You're not real. Okay, but how do I get it onto here? Oh, no, the ads The ads are coming in 30 seconds. Blender. Material not assigned to object. Object. Material assignment not working. Oh, it's a cool model that they made. It's a big maggot. What version of Blender is this? Jesus, this is old. 6 years ago. Can I get something a little more modern? Serial not displaying on object. That's the same version, I think. It's closer, at the very least. Just select the sign, it says. Supposedly the sign should be working. This is probably another situation of, I don't have something selected properly. So it's doing the application, the assignment, but it's not actually assigning it to anything. Or I'm clicking assign, but it's not actually assigning anything to the thing that I want it to. Are you in material preview? Hold Z. Oh, I have to change the mode. Into testing. Didn't know about that. E. Also, hi Hunter. Your hip hop horn blast is, hold on, wait, I can do this. I can do this again. We're doing it again. It's time. You brought this upon yourself. I think it's funnier if I have to make it every single time. And if I misspell it. Yeah. Center that text. There we go. Now it's correct. Now it's good. Here, I can fix. Oh, then we fix that, and then we fix that. Ta-da! Okay, well they didn't, I don't know why they didn't mention changing the mode. Maybe that wasn't a thing when they made their tutorial. How are you doing? Right there. I want to go back to object mode on this because now it's time for scaling. Now it's time for scaling. We're gonna scale it up by 20. Work be working. Gotta figure out what I want to leave for Wisconsin. Oh, when I want to leave for Wisconsin. Okay. Work do be working. I understand that. Wait, is this the original orientation that I had? Do you have to... I assume you just have to be there by tomorrow, basically. By tomorrow morning. Yeah, okay. The world is your oyster. The Wisconsin is your oyster. Eh. Huh. Basically, which ruins your whole night. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. Now you gotta do hotel searching. I think. You gotta go find a hotel, and then you can... That's pretty much it. I can't think of anything else you really need to do to go there. Been so many times. You have a designated hotel? Just walk in and they're like, oh, hey, welcome back. Where's repose? Oh, the company books it for you? Okay, okay. They do say welcome back. Nice. Go there so much, you're like, oh man, what happened to Brad? Like, he's... Oh yeah, we fired him. Turned out he was stealing people's alarm clocks or something. Like that I've made up this entire scenario now. Oh, you know what? I didn't rename this. ID data. Rename. You hated Brad? Did he steal your alarm clock? Fucking Brad. Oh, I didn't normalize this. Hold on. Scale. Okay, let's see. Moment of truth. I'm going to put it on the ball. The ball. Why is Y pointing? Also, where is it? Oh, no. Okay. Oh, it's because I'm still doing the rotation. Rotation. I need to go to... What? Did I not make that public? Is that still just hard-coded? Oh, it is just... No, that's the offset for the movement. What's the look at? Object look at. Is that not on here? Ah, there it is. E E E E E E. Okay. Everything here has been normalized on its scale. I need to apply prefab there, and I need to adjust this one. Let me check its player detection zone. Actually needs probably. Okay, fine. There. Are you happy with that? Is everything to your liking, sir? Wait, the player detection zone being outside of the interactive object might be a problem, actually. Let's put that back in. Just for right now. Because I was having problems with the buckwheat. And I don't know if it's related to that, so I'm going to nest those again. And since everything's scaled to ones, shouldn't be that big of a problem. I think it was a problem with just the parent being scaled originally. Unsure if that's exactly what the problem was, but now I don't have to worry about it. Fix things at the root, and you won't have to worry about them later. That's what I always say. That's what I always say. And no one could tell me otherwise. And if they do, I'll eat them. Wait, where is it? Oh, it didn't scale up, did it? I never scaled it. Hiss. Go on then. Hiss. E. 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 Oh, it's actually in his hand now. Wow, that's fun. That's cool. That's pretty cute. Oh. Oh, the position we would like to play. You know, I actually haven't tested the clip command. I should see if that works. Okay, so this is still a problem of the player's position towards the in the world space versus the object that it's picking up. So if I'm facing this way, it always goes to the player's right. If I'm facing this way, I think it always goes to the player's right still, actually. No, it goes to the player's left. If I'm facing directly on the z-axis, it actually works it and goes directly in front of him. And then if I am facing negative z, it goes inside the player at 0, 0. And then he flies away. No, it's not time for lunch. I love his little feet spinning in the air because of the velocity. It looks like he's scrambling. Oh, shit! Ow, ow, Wait, is picking up the... He's like, I'm falling. Okay, so something about picking up the balls is a problem. I wonder if that's the... Is that the null drop that I'm getting? Is it just the ball? The balls! They're the problem. Time for a vasectomy. The variable task object rigid body. Oh, I haven't assigned something in the prefab. You know what? No, it hasn't. Task object rigid body, I think, is here. And main object... I think that's the main object now. In that rigid Bobby, the Ricky Bobby. Okay, yes. Because now I have the exact same problem that I have with the baguette. This all became a problem because I wanted this E that is on top of the ball and the baguette to not rotate with the object, so now I can like kick the objects around and the E just stays on top of them. And now it's behind me. Part of the problem is that when I pick an object, if I do pick an object up and it is facing the right, oh Jesus, and it is facing the right way, I can't pick it up anymore. This is another problem that I don't know where it came from, but apparently I don't have... At some point, the events get tangled and don't disconnect themselves properly, so I've got to figure that part out. That's one of those tasks. Getting stiff. I'm getting restless. It's time to go run a marathon. This one has the zoomies. How much time do I have left actually before my Oh, we're halfway there. Bread go in fridge soon. Well, dough go in fridge soon. Turn to bread tomorrow. Maybe I shouldn't wait until tomorrow to do it. Because the last few times that I've done a 12-hour rise in the fridge, it gets way too relaxed. And I basically end up making flatbread. It's like a very stiff, stodgy focaccia. And it's not amazing. So I'm going to let it rest for a shorter period of time, I think. And I'll pull it out tonight. And then tomorrow morning I'll bake it. Sourdough. Sourdough? I make it a sourdough bread. But I'm trying to ferment the dough. So instead of putting all my flour in and then just letting it rise, 2 loaves of sourdough. But yes. All sourdough. Well, yes, okay, but I'm trying to ferment the dough that's actually going to go into the bread a little bit more. I'm trying to make it tangier. So when I'm actually about to make the bread, I mix it together and then I stick it in the fridge for a bit. And the slow rise helps it to kind of get tangier. And then I take it out, and then I add the flour a half at a time. So it rises with half the flour. Most sourdough I know is like a 72-hour proof. Maybe I'm doing it for too short of a period of time. I don't know. I do have a book on sourdough that I should probably read. I've just kind of been experimenting. Whenever I make sourdough, I just experiment with stuff. That's pretty much it. Live and learn. Although I want to get it now, I think I'm going to try to get it to a point where I can consistently make decent sourdough out of it. Because if I can, then I can probably bag it and sell it at a farmer's market. And then I have some sort of income. It won't be. It seems odd that the air pockets collapse. I think it's not that the air pockets collapse, it's more that, well, so it's I mix it twice too. I put in half the flour, stick it in the fridge, and then I let it do a slow rise in there. And then I take that out, put the other half of the flour in, and mix it. And then it's actually like the bread dough. It's more like I'm making a sample of sourdough that I'm going to specifically try to ferment more intensely, and then I turn that into bread. Sounds like you're over mixing on the second knead. It's possible. But there's supposed to be, like, you're supposed to knead sourdough quite a bit, from my experience, because the second rise, from what I've read, you like take it out every like hour or so and give it a knead to see how it's doing. Not sure how you would get that flour hydrated or incorporated though. It's a very loose mixture right now. It's extremely, it's got, I put like 360 grams of flour, and I think it's got 340 grams of water. It's basically just the sourdough right now. I basically just made starter in a mixing bowl. I fed my starter in a mixing bowl. That's what I did. I think the problem is that I ended up waiting too long, because part of that sourdough I leave out on the counter for a while. And I think when I leave it out on the counter, it ends up taking too long. Like, it sits around for too long. It also might be the salt. The salt might not make the yeast happy. But I need to salt the dough. I don't think sitting around for too long is a thing. I mean, you can, if you starve the yeast, it can be. I leave the starter in my fridge for a week, but it's fed. 72 hours in the fridge, I could see that being a thing. That's probably fine. Maybe it might just be because I was feeding the starter too infrequently and it got lethargic. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm not letting it sit long enough. Maybe I need to let it ferment for longer instead of 12 hours. Be overproofed. Try cutting down on your bulk time and see if it helps with the slackness. I'd also suggest going even 65% hydration to see if that helps. It might also be too cold in my apartment. Because I keep my... Well, no, it shouldn't be. I keep my apartment at like 75. That shouldn't be a problem. I don't think I've ever proofed dough in the fridge. I don't know what else to do about it. I have where'd it go, actually? I have a King Arthur gift card somewhere that my parents gave me that I've been meaning to... Dehydrating the dough like that doesn't make much sense to me. I don't think so either, just because the sourdough is supposed to be a really wet dough. Well, it depends on region too. If you live in a humid region, maybe dehydrating the dough is a little bit better. So I mean, it could be that I'm giving it too much water, but with the amount of flour that I end up putting in it, I think the amount of water that's in it ends up getting soaked in. I think it stays hydrated. So I'm going to go add basically the exact same amount of flour that I just did. Actually, I think I had a little bit less. It's like, it ends up being like 6 cups total. All right, let's take a look at player pickups. On object drop up down. If the held object is equal to null, return. Because that means there's nothing in your hands. It then runs the drop event and then sets the object to null. And the drop event, task object is assigning to that. On object drop event, it plays player dropped. Oh, let me actually... Hold on, there's one thing I need to check first. Before I go through that. That'll be fine. Everything here is fine. Okay. Where's my task? I'm gonna go ahead and knock that first task out of there. Because I have via Blender. Oh, ads. No! Let's go ahead and exit out of Blender. I don't need to save any of that. I need the practice, so I'll just do it again next time. So on player interaction, once the player is in the vicinity of something and they press E to pick it up, they do the pickup. They do the pickup event. The player will do the pickup event. And then the object assigns a thing that it can do for the drop event. And then it takes away the interaction event, so the player can't interact with it ever again. As long as it's holding it, it can't interact with it. It shouldn't be able to, anyway. Maybe this should actually be up top. I think this probably shouldn't be being assigned at the end. And then is carried should also be assigned up here. So this Boolean kind of makes a handshake, I think. It's supposed to make sort of a handshake. Each object is supposed to, the player versus the object that they're carrying is supposed to, the player is supposed to say, I have an object, and the object is supposed to say, a player has me, basically. This is supposed to be sort of a failsafe if somebody else comes up and tries to interact with the object. If for some reason the assignment works, the event gets triggered for whatever reason, this should say, hold on, that object's already being carried. I don't want to do anything with that, so get out. Ideally, this doesn't ever even get called if somebody already has it. On player dropped. If it's not carried, get out of here. Yeah, we don't have, it's not being carried by anybody. We don't want to do anything with that. Let me move this to the top. And we'll move this to the top, just so I know that these are happening immediately. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's set those together. And then it removes the event. once the drop happens, the event gets removed. But it seems more like it's getting confused that it's picked something up again. So maybe the problem isn't in these events. Maybe the problem is here. I'm going to need to do some extra debugging to try to figure out exactly where the problem's at, I think. Because it seems it takes a few times before it actually does cause a problem. And I don't know if I can get it to happen immediately, then I can figure out what the problem is. Figure out why it's doing it like that. Okay, I don't think speed appears to be a factor in this. Or maybe it's because I moved the... Ah! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. What we're living in. Man, it's a wonder kids can eat at all. Feels like big that should be small. Okay, I have apparently fixed the problem. I haven't seen it again yet, and usually it happens by now. Maybe it was just because I was doing it at the end. It was doing a bunch of stuff and then not actually setting it within the time that it needed to be. But now that it's happening immediately after it calls the function, everything's a-okay. Everything's a-okay to king. Okay, I won't mark that one off just yet. I'll go about testing the other things first, and then I'll see if I can figure out this position problem, and then I'll, if it doesn't happen again, I will then mark it off as completed. Oh, his feet are in the ground. Poor baby. Oh, you know what? Hold on. With this new... With this new capsule that I have, it's causing it's causing this to be a bit different than it once was. Because now it's scaled to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. I wonder if that 1 1 1 scaling is causing me to have a different physics. I need to go get the player capsule that I made in Blender and smooth it out too. I need to go apply smooth shading. But I mean, I guess it doesn't matter too much because the pill isn't gonna stay a pill. complete 180. Boink! I've made Pong! This is pretty fun. I like this. This is the game. This is what the game does. Ping. This is dumb. Okay. Stop that. Alright, so let's figure out the positioning on the pickups problem. And if we can pass that off, I think my tasks will be done for the morning, actually. I'll have to make up more tasks. Well, I have a notepad of tasks, actually. A short one that I made last time. For immediate tasks that I know I want to solve. This isn't long-term. This is short-term tasks. I do need to make a long-term tasks list, though. Then I can go back to my original tasks of trying to get... Oh, I need Visual Studio. Stop it. I can go back to my original tasks of trying to get the... Trying to get the stations to accept an object instead of just dispensing them. Because the EU won't just dispense them in the end. It might for a certain type of object, but it's going to... There are going to be other type of stations that are going to... accept things and also return things. Oh, look at my tabs, actually. Okay. Position of task object when picked up. Carry distance modifier. It's currently... Let's cut this out for right now. Because this was originally meant to hold objects further away from the player. Is transform.forward a problem? It should be from the center of the player. Maybe it's the local position that's the problem. It should be from the center of the player to the forward vector, which should be up 1 unit away from the player's center in the forward direction. Let's give this a test. Didn't save. Oh, it's because I did save, but I accidentally made an edit by fat fingering the spacebar. Okay, alright, that's directly in front of the player. This should also be directly in front of the player, but it already was, so that's no issue. This is also directly in front of the player. Okay, so far so good. Okay, well, that's that then, I guess. Everything should just be falling directly in front of the player now. See, he picks them up with his nose because it's so big. You can use it like a shovel. Oh. Okay, I think maybe, why does he have a diaper? What's happening? Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Oh, no. Oh, I dropped both of them. Wait, what? How did that happen? Stop it, bot. So he can pick both of these up. So he can pick both of the objects up, but it should only be picking up one of them, because he can only register one object at a time. Held object. Holding the object should be placing it in that. Am I never assigning that? No, held object is equal to item, yeah. So in theory, it should be saying held object is equal to item, first item that I picked up, and then held object is equal to second item that I picked up, and then it replaces the first object, so now there's no reference to the first object. But it has references to both? Is it then just... Is it just saying drop everything that's task object at that point? I bet one of these is still using task object and it's not using its sub. It's child. No? Huh. I haven't made it static, so it should still be instance based. I would imagine. Why would it do that? Why you do? I can only imagine that has to be why it's causing it. Is because it just says everything this task object get off, go get out of here. If I hold on, if I make a bunch of these and I have all of them and I drop all of them, yeah. So I have to just be dropping things of type task object. I do like that it stacks them all so neatly, though. That's really funny. Oh no! Oh, I can't pick these up. Bonus again. Never mind. Skyrim cheese moment. Hello, Meru. Welcome. Welcome in. Ooh. This is kind of funny, actually. I want to see if I can keep this. Neat little stacks. This is actually a bug, technically, but I mean, but what are bugs but features? According to Todd Howard. I don't think that I should be able to pick up. I don't think that I should be able to pick up multiple things like that. I think that's still a problem. But if I get rid of that, I won't be able to do this anymore. Oh, there's a problem with picking things up, too. Give me 1 second. Whew, I'm back. Meru, do you plan on streaming again today? I mean, you can say no. No is an option. Oh, hey, interesting. I can't jump and pick up. Oh, I can do it as I'm falling, but I fall really quickly. Okay, and there is still a problem. I can't pick things up if I start in there. Uh-oh, I have the ball now. If I start in their colliders, I can't. They all stack so neatly and they just... I don't know why that's really funny. I do plan to stream on the weekend, but plans are hard to be followed. I guess so, fair enough. I do a lot better when there is a plan in place. But if I make the plan, it's also hard for me to follow. Excuse me. Because basically at that point, I'm the only one that I'm planning for. Nobody else is holding me accountable besides me. And I have terrible accountability. Let's make the tower taller. Hello, CT. A 5 stack. Oh. Or was that a 6 stack? I'm collapsing. I'm making towers of breadsticks. How are you? Did I stack it? Hold on. Did I stack it on the one that I was holding? Elden Ring DLC? Nah, I'm a stack sticks. Hell yeah. They're my sticks. That's what makes them special. These are my stacking sticks. And the bean does move. I need to adjust some things about the movement of the bean because I changed some things about the bean. Specifically, the bean is now different. The ball doesn't sit in the right position yet, and I don't know why. Oh no, a witness. Oh no, you're being held accountable, Meru. Now you have to stream on the weekends. For the record, I wouldn't be able to play the Elden Ring DLC if I were to try to play it because I haven't played Elden Ring yet. I would have to beat the game, I think. I haven't said no to playing Elden Ring, but I've just got other things I want to do right now. Elden Ring's the hype thing, I know. I'm hitting a bit more of a niche market at the moment with Myst. Although Riven, there was a Riven remake that came out that I'll be playing tomorrow. Elden Ring's still on my to-do list. Yeah. Or in your to-do list, I should say. Out loud for people that are listening to me speak into their ears now. I'm not even sure if my PC can handle it. That's a fair assessment. I mean, it's a AAA game. They should optimize it, right? They've got the budget. I don't know if it's been optimized or not. Your PC's like 8 years old. I think mine's getting close. I think mine's like 7 or 6. It's due for an upgrade, but PC parts are expensive. So I've been putting it off. There's ads happening in like 15 seconds, by the way. You have a 960. Oh my. Yeah, that is a little low. They're on like 4 something now. Like 4D something now. I've got a 2060, I think. Which is good. but it's not amazing, but it's good. Helldivers struggles on my PC. When I played it eons ago. I miss Helldivers, but I also don't. I shouldn't play it, rather. Gotta teach Sony a lesson. Although they won't ever learn anyway. I was able to run Cyberpunk after they optimized it. The DLC lagged hard though. Software is getting crazy. They don't optimize any of their shit anymore because they know everybody has these high-end PCs. Oh, the big shoe. Do I need to lift everything back up? Welcome back from the ads. From the additionals. Minimum of GTX 1060 and Ryzen 3300. Should be fine then. Thanks to software updates, I can run games that need a GTX 1060. There's a lot of games that like say that they need a minimum of things, but I've got a 2060. I'm sure that there's something else going wrong with my machine, or that needs to be instead upgraded with my machine. But I know I've got a 2060, and sometimes that shit doesn't work. Like I've got better than your minimum standard, and I can't get this thing to function properly. What's wrong with this picture? Helldivers 2 needs a good PC, like a a good CPU. I've got a Ryzen something. Hold on, what is my PC parts picker? I know I've got my profile. Saved. First PC. I've got a Ryzen 2700 at the moment. Which, you know, in the past I have said that I should get a new processor. I think the problem with me getting a new processor is I think if I get a new processor, I pretty much need to get a new motherboard. Because my processor has the pins, I think. I think it's one way. Either the processor had the pins and the motherboard has the holes, or vice versa, and now they do it the other way around more often than not. So I'd probably need a new motherboard too. Also, a different architecture in general, so I'd probably still need a new motherboard anyway, even if they didn't do that. I can't check the Helldivers 2 specs because of Sony being Sony. It doesn't even show up for you. Yeah, I feel bad for Arrowhead being the ones to have to take the brunt of this, because you know Sony doesn't care that people aren't playing Helldivers. Oh wow, it doesn't even show up in this. Well, I mean, I figured it would still, like, the page would still show up, but it would just say, like, not available in your region or whatever. Weird. I get the urge to play Helldivers every now and then, just because I wanna just shoot bugs. I don't know if purchasing Monster Hunter Wilds on the PC is going to give money to Sony. I know it gives money to Capcom. Feetball. I might have to do some Blender stuff with the ramp actually to make the feet work out like I want to. Just to solidify the joke. Just because currently they're scaled down more than they should be. And that's probably causing some weird things with physics. Because the center point of the player isn't exactly the center point of the player. Etc., etc. Yada yada. What was I doing? Oh, right, multiple pickups. Helldiver's an amazing game, but some problems are needed to be fixed, and some rogue mods in this server. There's a couple things about Helldivers I agree need to be fixed. There are some bugs. Oh, in the Discord server. The mods in the Discord server are problematic? Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. I guess with any group of mods, you always run the risk of a Discord sever. With any group of mods, you run the risk of there being bad apples in the bunch. Just because, like, you can only screen them but so much before they actually get into the role. Once they're in the role, then eventually you'll probably see their true colors pop out. But that's why you've always got somebody managing them, so if they do start doing shady shit, you can just smite them, basically. My server has only one mod and he's annoying. Gonna take that? Hydrate, sure thing. Will do. I like drinking water. You're welcome for that. So why does the capsule get picked up normally, but the ball still doesn't? First question to answer. First Unity to crash. Okay, there we go. Okay, normal. Not normal. Not normal. Not normal. Its positioning appears correct. I assume its weird positioning earlier was specifically based off of accidentally picking up both of these at the same time. Maybe not. Why can't I move? It thinks the player is behind it. It's going to the player's world position right now. but sending it to the local position and also parenting it under the player. Maybe I parent it under the player and then adjust it. What am I doing for that? Hold on, let me check. I think I am parenting it. Yeah, I'm parenting it and then I'm setting the position. So it thinks that the parent's world position is different, or that player.transform.forward is different now. Can I get that to happen with the, with this? If I can get the breadstick to change. So far, no, though. It's always picking up in the same sort of position. I've adjusted its height so that it's actually in front of the player instead of being held by its parent, which is... Actually, you know what? Hold on. Maybe that's the problem. Where's the parent for the ball? Okay, it's still held together there. Oops. Let's bring it around town. Because the ball should be here. Now it's underground. Okay. The parent, I think, just moved from the center of the ball to the top of it. I believe when I start, the parent is at the center of the ball. Parent is, in fact, at the center of the ball. Let's kick it. Parent is still at the center of the ball. Pick it up, and the parent moves. What the fuck? Maybe it's because this one doesn't roll as much? Interesting. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Everything's centered on the ball. I don't understand the problem here. Was ist los? We've got some weird things happening. Maybe it's to do with the child? The child. Where's the child script? Did I change? Hang on a second. What's the parent? What's the main object for this? Task object. Task object. Okay, so this should be this. Should be the same as the rigid body that I'm already getting for it. According to the breadstick. So in that case, it could be that the main object is actually changing positions for some reason. Helldivers 2 official Discord server is sometimes very chaotic. I can imagine that. A lot of people screaming democracy. Balls. Wait, where are they? Oh, I didn't adjust the I didn't adjust the prefab. That's what's happening. Apply. Let's apply to this too. Wait, what's happening here? Assignment of the camera. Oh, probably the same thing here. Yeah, because it's an object that's not actually in the... How often are those printing out, actually? There's a pretty decent amount of conversation before they actually print out. Okay, I'm okay with that. For now. What? What happened? Why can I only... Some of them are fun and spam some democracy stickers when taking over a planet every time. That does sound pretty fun. Democratic. I wonder who will be chosen as my vote for the upcoming election. I think that's my favorite quote from the game. That's not the exact quote, obviously, but I don't remember the exact quote. I think it's really funny that that this is the game that caused people to like look at Sony. The game about like just rampant, I guess it's not capitalism necessarily, because democracy actually is what they're going for, but feels poetic in a way. I guess it's because it is satirical. Okay, that appears to have fixed that. So it was the parent that was causing problems. But that worries me a little bit, because why is the parent getting so far disconnected from the child to the point that it changes its position? Unless it was just... Because they should be right on top of each other. Of course, one has a rigid body and is affected by gravity. Actually, that's another thing I need to do. I need to update held objects to not be kinematic, but still behave according to layer. Because I want the objects that the player is holding to bump things and push them around and whatnot. But I think I want to be able to adjust what that is. Like how I want to be able to, I want something that's small to not affect something that's big so much. But if I make them kinematic, they're all going to affect each other the same way. My favorite voice is the voice actor from the PS4 Spider-Man game, screaming "War Cry Democracy" while using a flamethrower. Peter Parker's getting a little unhinged. Captain America mixed with Peter Parker. Oh, I cleared that, didn't I? I didn't want to clear that. I still want the carry distance modifier to be a thing, but I want this here. Hold on, let's make this here. I want this to be serialized so that I can see it in the inspector and adjust it there. At least he's having fun in the audio room taking the lines. Yeah. Having your you can definitely tell, I think, more often than not when a voice actor is enjoying a role that they're part of. Okay. It should affect this the same. It is. Okay, alright. Okay, by default, this is going to be vector 0. I know for a while people were looking at the voice actor, not in Helldivers. People were looking at the voice actor for Daisy in Mario Strikers as a good example of a voice actor that's just having fun with their role. Is that not where my... Oh no, it's on the task object. I'm stupid. Why didn't anyone tell me that I was stupid? Can I have it make a Quaternion? Hold on. Cannot implicitly convert a... Oh. Yeah, I did do that, didn't I? Oh, don't duplicate that. What are you doing? Why is this inspector looking like this? What happened here? Can I not edit quaternions in the... This doesn't look right. Something didn't compile correctly. I broke Unity. Why does that look like that? Can I refresh it? No. Can I save? Because I should. Oh, little. Let me take a quick break, I think. It's been 2.5 hours since I started, and time I stood up a little bit. I can refill my water while I'm doing that too. So I'll be right back. Don't burn the house down. That's not right. That's better. Sorry that took so long. I decided to go ahead and put my sourdough in the fridge. I was double checking it to make sure that it was okay. But it was rising pretty quickly, so I figured it was probably a good idea. Slow the process down a little bit more. It was on its last hour anyway, I figured it was close enough. I never brought my water back. Okay, there we go. We're back in action now. I've got water. I've got hot tea now again, by the way. I refreshed it. Well, it's not hot, but it's warm. Warmer than it was. So now we're back in action. Let's get back to it. I was having a problem with being able to pick up multiple things, I think was the last thing. And I guess problem is... Oh, geez, did I never reset that? Problem is subjective in this scenario. Hold on. Why is a vector of 0 affecting its position? Why is the addition of a 0 vector affecting the position of this breadstick? And this. Oh, this is not being affected, actually. Wait, why is this still being affected by old means, too? The breadstick's whole task object gets put next to the player. But the ball is still only attaching its parent. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look at the hierarchy. What have I done to you? Ah, there's the difference. The ball's not done yet. I've made this. This is where the sphere collider needs to go. And I need to add the rigid body here as well. Collision needs to be continuous. I never adjusted its mass. Okay, well. Okay, that looks about right. We're gonna remove this one too. Why don't I just have this parent be the thing that also shows the ball? Why am I making any of this like this? This is the rigid body, and it's this. Okay. Rolling away from me. How dare you? Bink. That's a problem that I need to fix. This one's still a 1, that's why. That needs to be a 0. Save that shit. Oh. Surprised it reverted. Interesting. Or it didn't revert, rather. Okay, all the rigid bodies are okay now. Everything's fine. Everything's okie dokie. I wonder if I could reasonably take this and just put its components on the parent. Then that's one less object I have to worry about. Then the player detection zone is just parented under this, as well as the interaction instruction. So this should still follow this. Yeah, then I don't have to manage the difference between these two for where its collision is versus where its actual body is. That would be a lot easier. I don't know why I decided that I was going to do it like that in the first place. Can I copy component? Paste components, yeah? Yeah. 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 Can I move this? Okay, never mind. I don't want to do that. That's too much work. Move this to here. I'm going to scream. I'm going to shit yourself. There. Doesn't even have to worry about it. Okay. Don't even worry about it. Let's see if that works. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to go into the prefab again. Because I want the mesh renderer to be at the top. Or the mesh filter to be at the top, rather, and the mesh renderer to be the second one. I'll deal with renderers and stuff later. That's visuals. Right now we're working on functionals. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I know why I didn't do that originally. That is because I didn't want this being a child of the thing that it was following. If I do it like this, pretty sure it rotates. Or maybe not. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't realize my script was actually handling that by itself. It was keeping its position. Huh, okay. Well, how's it doing that? Hold on. Offset is equal to transform. No. Move towards transform dot position. I guess the move towards is just keeping it at the same. Huh. Interesting. I guess it handles local changes. I mean, that would be great if I could just keep this as 3 objects. So I think I'm going to go with that implementation. Right click, please. Right click, please. Nope. Almost correct, but not quite. There you go. And to go. Oh, did I save that actually? I did. I think I did save that as a Blender project. Oh wait, no, I need back in there. Get me back in the prefab. Okay. Wonderful. It's a lot less to worry about. Actually, I want to put the objects with their station. Okay. Okay. So I think I've resolved, for the most part, the weird pickups. Because I restructured some things. So now picking up and putting things down. I restructured some things about the objects themselves. Okay, well, never mind. I take it back. I have not fixed the weird pickups. Why are you like this? Did it put the 1 back? It did put the 1 back. Why did it put the 1 back? Okay, let me just go take those out, actually. I will just remove those. Because they don't seem like they're helping. Whatever my calculation is incorrect. And I don't want to focus on fine-tuning that just yet because I don't know how big the player model is going to be. So I don't necessarily even know how big the capsule is going to be in total. Oh, Totor's online, That shouldn't be there anymore. What are you doing? Oh, it was manually being set there. Wow. Okay. There we go. Much better. Test it one more time. Splat. Right against the wall. Alright, now that's still a problem. And I have a feeling that has to do with me picking up just task objects. I was attempting to make it somewhat polymorphic, but it appears if I am over multiple colliders for multiple task objects, I can pick them all up at the same time. Which is kind of a fun thing to deal with. Just in terms of being able to stack breadsticks on top of each other. Object to follow. Follow object static rotation has not been assigned. Certainly has. I just fixed that. What happened? I didn't apply it to the prefabs. What about you? Were you satisfied? You're satisfied, okay. We spawn more balls. Finding lots of problems in the things that I make. Ho ho ho. Alright, yeah. So I need... Currently, these are all considered just task objects. Anytime I enter or exit any task object, it will allow me to pick it up. I don't know how it's storing all of these so that it knows to get rid of them, but it is somehow. Oh. Is the object, like, clipping into the player now, too? There's ads happening soon, for those of you that have them. Oh, I need to approve that hydrant. Mark is complete. Alrighty. Okay. I think I have finally picked up the positions. I finally fixed the pickup positions and rotations. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. And I think I've resolved the null dropping thing, the weird nulls that I was getting out of that. So now, my to-do list consists of the following. Of picking up multiple task objects. Whew. Sorry for getting really close to the camera. Look how blown out my hands are. I think that's the only thing I have on the agenda right now. That's going to be a bigger one. I've got like... I think I'm going to take a later lunch today, so it'll probably be about 40 minutes-ish before I go handle it. And then I'll go do lunch. That way there's a bit of a bigger gap between the break that I just had and the actual 30-minute lunch break that I take. Right, let's figure this shit out. The task object is currently what I'm using to pick these things up and put them down. And I did that so that the player could hold any task object, anything that was a task object. And it appears that it can hold anything that is a task object, and that includes at the same time. That is my current hunch, is that because they're task objects, it's just saying, hey, task objects, I've grabbed you, all of you, and you're going to be right here in front of me. And task objects say, okay, here's what we're going to do when you do that then. Let's do the thing that we do when you do that. Do the task objects need to check to see if a player can hold something? Because obviously at the time when the player presses E on top of multiple task objects, it's going to say, it's going to show, what's the word that I'm looking for? If the player's on top of multiple task objects and they press the interaction button, they're all going to fire kind of, it's not going to get blocked from firing for all of them with just a Boolean check. Because I have this, actually I don't have a Boolean check. I wonder if that just fixes it. The held object's not equal to null. Then just stop. That implies that something's already gotten in. Nope, didn't work. But it should. So it does pick up item on both of them. It gets both items pointing towards itself. And then it sets one of them to the held object. Okay, so it thinks that it just has the breadstick right now. It shouldn't be running the event for the other one because it thinks it has the breadstick. It didn't even run a debug log for the other one. So the event is what's causing it? Maybe this... Okay, maybe on-player interaction needs to have the events set by the child in that case. The event affecting task object must be adding the event for every task object that the player is currently touching. Why would it only affect the ones that the player's touching, though? Wouldn't it just apply to every object? Unless I've got something... Does this only happen? Well, this does only happen here. And that's only possible if current trigger is not equal to null. So yeah, everything that's a current trigger is the only thing that gets called with this. I assume technically every task object is affected by the event. Like the event does get assigned for them, but because of this, it's preventing them all from coming to the player. Oh, hold on. I've got an and here I need to do too. If I comment this out, if I pick up a task object, I think a bunch of them will zoop right to the player. Oh, maybe not. Okay. It's still only doing it based off colliders, though. It's because target transform. That is just a null check, I guess. This is doing the brunt of the work. Seems like a fundamental problem then with the trigger enter. Because on trigger enter applies current target transform tag. Actually, picking up the tag's not gonna work out. Let's printing out the tag. Oh, I want to instead print out the object name. Why am I yawning all of a sudden? What? Why are you vibrating? Stop it. You're not telling me anything important. Oh boy. My service provider apparently just installed applications on my phone for some reason. According to the message, at least. I can't wait to sift through the bloatware again. We've added Candy Crush to your phone because it's definitely popular and you should play it. Okay, well, I got both of them at least. I did print out both of them. Which I kind of already knew, though. Stop vibrating. You go over there. Jesus. I don't know what decided that 1:30 was the time to send me every notification. I don't need it, though. I don't need that. Is harsh and my mellow, man. Mmm. Marshmallows. Wait, hold on. I have an idea that I need to write down now. Wait, what? Oh, that's not mine. Okay, that's done. That's an idea for later. Not specifically for this game. It might be for this game. I don't know. But it probably wouldn't fit the theme that I'm going for. Dun 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 dun. I see. Okay. So it would, even if I were to move on the events, even if I were to move their assignment to their children, everything that is a child will still be able to get stacked. Currently, because it's in task objects, you can stack multiple types of task objects. But even if I were to move it to the children, you would be able to stack multiple of the same type still. I think. Which would be a problem. So I need to figure out a way to separate. I need to figure out how to differentiate, rather. I would like task object. I thought task object, rather, was instance-based, so that each individual object is a separate version of the task object script, which I think it is. Maybe if I give... Maybe I should make this, instead of... Maybe I should just make this a Boolean. Is holding object. Oh, I already have one of those. Wow, I'm blind. Good job, past me. Thank you. You're welcome. My tabs are out of whack now. Hold on. Sorry, not my tabs, my applications. I did save. I did save. If I check for if the player's already holding something, and then I don't even run the pickup. Nope, didn't work. Okay. So at the point that it gets through here, the player must be considered to not be holding anything. Wait, hold on. Let me check the logs for that. Because current held object gets set before these two print out. Let's... Here, hold on. You know what? Let's put this here instead. Is this happening? If both of these get called before this, then that's the problem. Because this is getting printed out before this gets called. It shouldn't. Alright, no, it's still getting printed out before. One of these shouldn't be firing, but it is anyway. One of these should already be cut off. It should just be completely nuked, basically, because the player's holding something. By the time it reaches here, the player is holding an object. But it thinks it's not. Well, actually, it was printing it out. It's printing them both out here, too. Which means that they both think that the player isn't holding an object, but the printout for the player holding an object is coming first. Because it should, in player, I'm printing out just before I call this. So the player is now holding an object. Held object is no longer equal to null. Because I print out the name of the object here. Why? Bleh. This is just gonna be a loop of me asking why. Why? This order of operations doesn't make too much sense. I guess both of these are happening at the exact same time. But actually, you know another thing that I just thought about. Oh, I don't have access to the player here. Event? Well, maybe that's already an event. That would be an event in an event, and I don't like that. I've already got access to the other here. So I feel like calling it directly is not too terrible there, although it does kind of break a little bit of the mold. What if I just, why don't I just say player. I can say if player dot is holding object return. So now it doesn't even show the thing that says that you can do the thing. It's still gonna do it, but it should tell you that you can't. This is gonna be broken. Ads are coming in about 40 seconds. Yeah, it's not showing that I can pick anything else up. Okay. Then I drop this. It should immediately refresh, but it's not right now. I can't pick this one up actually either. See if anybody else has the same problem that I do. Let's go take a look at the intranet. Unity. You can pick up multiple objects. Actually, prevent player from picking up multiple objects of same parent type. Picking up weapons and such and equipping them. One problem: when the player is within range of multiple items, all of the items will attempt to be picked up at the same time. How do I prevent this from happening and just pick one up? Ew. Oh, they used a delay. Not a fan of that. I'm not a huge fan of that. Ding, 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 ding. Can you guys hear that? Maybe faintly. Probably not too loud. You know what I just thought about? It's very, very off-topic thought, but I just thought about those printer streams that people do, where they just have like a network printer set up and then people can connect to it and they just print random things off and they talk about them. Why? Like, I mean, I guess it's interesting that you can print anything. So you never know. They never know what's going to come through the printer. You can send them silly things. Ha ha hoo hoo. I guess it could be interesting, but I don't know. I don't understand exactly the appeal of it. Yeah, so this person uses a delay inside of like an on-trigger stay to determine whether but if the delay would just apply to everything though, wouldn't it? Oh gosh, they give their items the player. I don't like that. That's gross. That's weird. I don't want every single one of my items to have a direct reference to the player at all times. Oh, that's talking about several players trying to pick up the same object. That's... Oh boy. Alright, looks like I'm solving this problem on my own. Sorry about that. I thought it was going to be a simple throat clear. Turned out to be a little bit more complex than that. Figured I'd save you the details. Yeah, well, at the very least, it now shows that you shouldn't be picking things up when you're holding something already, which is cool. Although, as an on-trigger stay, I feel like part of my problem of colliders not rediscovering the player while the player is still in them once they get turned back on. I feel like once they get turned back on, that should have counted as an on-trigger enter. But apparently, the code do not think so. So, I'm assuming that it's because it needs to be an on-trigger stay. Actually, you know what? I've got the power of Google and anime on my side. Detect player when... Detect rigid body, I guess. What does it say? Detect player. Detect player. Detect object when trigger turned on. How to check what object trigger to trigger. Nope, I already know that. That's the event. How would I check if a game object tag is within range? No. Detect if a plate? No. Trigger not detecting when object activates on top of other. I don't know what that means exactly. Might read more into this one. Trying to make an attack trigger that activates when you hit the attack button. An attack trigger. Gets destroyed when it collides with an attack trigger. Or the enemy gets destroyed when it collides with the attack trigger. The weird thing is, if you set the trigger, it activates directly on top of the enemy. It isn't working if I set the trigger and it activates directly on top of the enemy. Okay. And this person says on trigger stay. Wonder if there's a hood. If under the hood there's only a check for on trigger stay if there was a previous on trigger enter called on the objects in question. It's my only call in the entire project. Yeah, okay. On trigger stay is not called on motionless objects. Oh. Seems like there's not an automatic check for trigger entering unless there's motion of one of the two other objects. But I moved. I've moved inside of a trigger and it still hasn't turned on. I guess it... I don't know. I suppose you could put a small, unnoticeable twitch after activating the trigger. Generally want to do physics overlap checks with the overlap methods in Physics 2D instead of just using trigger boxes. Couple of reasons. The collider is enabled to wake the body. They're talking about rigid body waking and sleeping now. Alternatively, you can just wake the rigid body. The reason you don't get a call back, the body is asleep. Why are you... You can either set player to never sleep, which won't really cost you anything, and to be honest... Hold on. We're talking about the rigid body, but somebody else earlier said that if something collides with the collider, then it will wake the rigid body up, regardless. So is the rigid body the problem? My collision detection's continuous. I would imagine that that means basically don't sleep. Don't sleep. I know just what you're thinking. Thinking? Feeling? I know just what you're saying. Oh. Neither of those. I don't think I had the option to do that from here. So it shouldn't be sleeping. I'm going to go with the on trigger stay options here, I think. Now exactly how I'm going to do that, I have no clue. Because currently, the only thing I'm doing... The only thing I'm doing on trigger stay, it would be getting the object of which I am saying in the trigger of. Which I mean, I guess can technically just do the same thing as what's happening inside of on trigger enter. Just set the current trigger. Or I can say if current trigger equal to null. Yeah, I set it a null later. Return. Sorry, not equal to null. What if I do that for here too, actually? Current trigger is not equal to null. So then, my goal here is to get it so that when the player enters multiple objects, one of them shows its card for interaction. And then you know that's the one that I'll be picking up. I think I just need to start capping things. It's also time for food. Me thonks. Okay, now none of them show the interaction, and they all get picked up. But the current trigger is... maybe that? Oh. Oh no, no, I had it. Damn it, it scooped them all up still. Man, these things roll. Alright, let's do breadsticks instead. They're easier to pile together. Okay, it still scoops them all together, but I do have it only giving me one that I'll be interacting with. Anyway. I think it's time that I go get some food. Maybe some fresh eyes will help me look at this a little bit better.
Meowdy do.
Ah! James Forward. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm about to go get some food. I'll be back in about a half hour. There will be a timer up. I hope you're enjoying what I've been doing so far. It's a bit basic, but that's what we're here for. I'm learning. You just joined. Well, sorry for the timing. I'll be back in a little bit anyway, though, but I'll be leaving the stream running. So it'll just be chill vibes. But I always turn on a little thing before I go. Just because I want something moving on the screen. So let me get that set up. But yes, thank you. My power grows. And one day that power will spit out a game. A full game. Alright, there we go. Be right back. Oh, hello. We're back. The lunch is done. I have consumed egg. The best food. And I'm a little blown out, I think, right now. See if I can fix that. Ah! There we go. Probably shouldn't be shouting. It's gonna have to be close enough. Sorry about that. Anyway. Yes, welcome, welcome, one and all. Food has been done. Has been downed. I have. We're going to get back to work on this multiple pickup problem that I have. Did I play Monster Hunter too? Give me just 1 second. There's a Puke that needs thrashing. Anyway, let's kill this thing, and then we'll kill this thing. You know, I should probably make that a... And then I can do the same for you. I've done so many things. Look at all these quests that I'm getting done. Wow. You can't. You can't look at all these quests I'm getting done. Actually. Wow. Alright. So those being... Did I save? I didn't save. Those being serialized now, I should be able to edit them inside of the editor. So now I'll just have to go to the objects and do the funky spin. If I... Actually, this is probably a good test. If I go to the ball pit. Not that one. Probably here. Yeah. For organization at some point, it might be wise to make this a separate script for handling player detection, and then having it communicate with the station script that is on the actual object, the parent object. So then, if I'm looking for scripts, I can just go to the parent object, and it'll have all the information from its detection zone, and then this won't be basically the leading object in the pack here. I can have it all in a hub inside the ball test station or the breadstick test station. Ooh, they do edit each other. Oh? Oh no, it's because I set it false. I didn't change these. Okay. If I turn off time spawn on this one, but it's true on this one, so this I should only be spitting out ball. Now, ball is my only. Friendship ended with ball. It worked. Ball station. Go away. Ooh, Chobi. Oh, the Chobi day has started. I think today she's doing first-person shooter stuff. She doesn't say exactly what. Siege and Valorant. Okay. She does say exactly what. Never mind, I lied. Heat is hot. Okay, one thing at a time. I don't need to worry about the restructuring that I was thinking about. Right now, well, restructuring might happen anyway with this. Right now, I need to handle this task that I have as a problem. Which I was doing before I left. So currently, through the breadsticks and balls that litter the ground, if the player is in contact with multiple of them, and they press the interaction key, they will pick all of them up that are within range. And then they will crunch them all into the same space, which is going to be really funny if I turn off kinematic. I wonder what that does, actually. Ads are already about to start. You know what? I'm going to snooze those for a bit. Snooze those for 1 period. Because we just got back. I do want to see what happens if I turn off the rigid body. Or if I turn the kinematics off in the rigid body. Why was I floating for a second there? Alright, I have absorbed multiple things. Let's turn off kinematics. Oh, it's not going to work with anything now. Let's try it again. Thump. I did it again. 1 second. Why is this like this? Why am I up here? What's happening? Why is the player starting up so high? Where's the... Oh, there's no collider for it. I didn't put a collider on it. Duh. I was looking for the big circle cage. Line art. It's not line art. It's skeleton. Wireframe. I think that's it. That's what it's called. So we're not applying gravity to the player. Why? Oh, I did turn off gravity, didn't I? That would do it. And then I need to freeze the rotations actually. Because I haven't put in torque yet on the player's turning. I don't know how to do that yet. That will be an arduous task for later of my own time. Alright, freeze everything. No gravity. Turn off kinematics. Oh, nothing changed. Oh, except I glitch a lot now. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, that big... Everything gets sucked up into one space is what we're trying to fix right now. Currently, I want the player to only be able to pick up one object at a time. That may change in the future. Maybe I'll accidentally be like, you know what? I want to break that again because that was more fun that way. But that'll probably be further down the line once I'm actually in sort of playtesting time and not just trying to get normal things to work. Da 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 da. Oh, the ads are coming. Oh, I thought they had started already. Okay, I was about to say. There's no way I missed that. About 50 seconds, they'll have ads. I guess I'll remind you when it gets closer. Feel free to mute your browsers. I don't know if it actually affects anything or if it ever did. But I'd prefer if the tab gets muted. Because I think if you mute the actual video, it eventually will affect view counts. That's a rumor I've heard. Don't know if it actually does that. Don't know if it did that and they fixed it or something along those lines too. Could have possible. Could have been possible. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Snads. So limiting the player to check if they're already holding something or if they weren't holding something doesn't really seem to work. At least with where I've got it so far. Oh, I never finished this one apparently. If it's a player. Must be an and. What was I looking for? If is carried and player dot is holding object. Maybe there should be an or. That's still not going to cause much. We're assuming that all of these objects at the exact same time check if the player is holding an object. Then they will all receive the signal that it's false. And then they will all proceed to do this thing. I need it to do them in some sort of order, I guess. Do I need to make like a priority queue for the objects? For the objects that are in range? And then just try to handle things on the one that's at the top of the queue? Because currently it's all being handled by collider interactions. But that doesn't seem very... If there's multiple overlapping, there's multiple colliders overlapping with each other. Then I feel like leaving it up to physical interaction might not be the best idea in order to determine priority. If I can tell it what the priority is of an object that's in range to be picked up or to be interacted with, that sounds a lot more flexible and a lot more manageable. Because I can say things like, if you're in a pile of objects, prioritize the closest one. Or if you're in a pile of objects and you're also within the collider of a station, prioritize picking up an object because you don't need to use the station. Either A, you don't need to use the station with nothing in your hands, or B, you don't need to use the station to spawn more objects if there's already an object on the ground in front of you. Granted, you can get around that because you can spawn things from multiple sides of the station. You can spawn it on every side except for the bottom right now. How to pick up objects. Not exactly what I'm looking for. That's more of a first-person method of handling the picking up of the object. And, well, hold on. Does he do... This is currently what I'm looking at. Does this person have multiple objects that they handle? No, it looks like it's just the single object. I need to handle multiple though. Let me try it. I'm trying my Google Foo now. Everyone says set it to kinematic while it's in the player's hands. But what if I want the object to whack people with physics? Several players interacting with the same object. Scheiße. Okay. Oh, that's actually, the one that I just found was for the editor specifically. Like moving the gizmo. Poo. Am I really on my own here with this one? Oh well. Let's see what we got. I know I was looking at on trigger stay, but I think that was more so the problem of, that was the problem of the player not being able to pick up an item immediately after dropping it, really. Like, being inside of the trigger still wasn't re-triggering the enter. Honestly, this being exposed, as exposed as it is probably part of the problem. Because if something is triggering something else at the exact same time, then it's going to get in here, see that it's null for both of them, then set the trigger, and whichever order it does that in is what it's going to set the trigger to, but it'll still be performing all of this on both objects. So I don't think that this is going to work out exactly like I think it will. Well, like I thought that it would. Where do I even start with this? So my current hunch was because they were all part of task object. They're all task objects. They're all running things at the exact same time. I've got to figure out a way to prevent them from triggering at the exact same time somehow. I know I saw somebody just do like a delay on interaction, but I feel like that's a bit of a bandage, and if I were to add the delay, I think it wouldn't help too much, because they would all basically be, they would all have the same delay, so they would all wait the same amount of time, and then they would all perform the same action again at the same time. That might just be the naivete speaking. This currently checks to see if the trigger is not null, which if okay, hold on. What if I make this a ternary? If I make it a ternary operator and or a ternary statement rather, and I check distance from other to player, and if the distance is greater than the one that we've already stored, then it won't store another one. It'll bypass it. Of course, that's, I think, something that I would also have to update on trigger stay. I should probably primarily update that on trigger stay. But I will need to check it on trigger enter too. What if I... It's for the shot, I guess. I don't know if that's actually going to solve my problem, but it might help prevent... It'll add some restrictions to what gets put into the current trigger variable. Because currently, me just setting it, I think it's probably setting it multiple times over time. And it just lands on one. I just tried to type function. Wow. The afternoon's getting to my brain, apparently. No, we'll avoid that. Update. Current trigger. Because I don't want to write this multiple times. But I do want to pass it. Trigger to check? No, just trigger. We'll just call it trigger. Is there a... There's not, okay. Ooh. Sorry for the yawns, but I hope you're getting oxygen to your brain. This is your brain oxygen check. Spend those channel points. Give me your potions. Your strongest potions. I think I want the absolute value of this. Position magnitude doesn't make much sense, does it? Maybe magnitude does make sense. Because that would be the difference between them. I can give it a shot. No, that doesn't make sense because the position... Frick. I'd have to know what the current trigger distance is to... But I don't know whether to check. I can't do greater than or less than operations on vectors. So I would probably need to... do magnitude, I guess. Because I need a solid float that I can calculate this from. How to calculate distance from position vector. Distance between a point with position vector and a plane with vector equation. What? Linear algebra, please help me. Let's see what we got here. Yes. Is he saying that they'd be equal? Hold on. I need to actually listen to this person.
V minus u. So back to what I was saying, whether I go this direction or this direction, the length of that vector has the exact same length. So
Okay.
the distance between u and v, which we wrote as the norm of u minus v, is exactly the same as the norm of v minus u, which we would write as the distance between v and u. So u is 135, subtraction 1 minus v, and now let's compute the norm of that just by root sum squaring each term. So square root of 1 squared plus 4 squared plus 3 squared. That is equal to 1 plus 16 plus 9, which gives me 26. So these are points or vectors whose distance between them is root 26.
Okay. So this is my formula that I'm using. Man, it's been a while since I've done linear algebra. God, I took a whole class on this and I can't recall any of it. For shame. Why don't I just ask it to give me the trigger position? Or vector 3. Because the trigger should, in theory, the trigger should be on the same center point as the object that I'm working with. Which should give me damn, that's not always true though, because the trigger for the stations is going to be different. Because it doesn't have a bottom to it. It's not extending out of the bottom. It's not centered on the actual object for the station. I mean, I guess it's close enough, but if I'm not sure how this is going to affect something that could be further away. Like the actual object is further away, but the collider still hits. Plus, this is going to also affect other players' colliders, I think. I'm not taking into account that the player might run into another player. While they're trying to pick something up. And if they do, it probably should just ignore the player. I guess I can just ignore this if it's a player that is the closest object by technicality. Okay, so get rid of that. We have trigger source position. That's going to be one vector. And then we have our player vector. So I need to... Hold on. Is there vector 3 dot diff distance? Does this just do it for me? Returns the distance between A and B. Oh, thank goodness. This returns a float, yes? Correct, okay. Only if it's less than. Do I want it to return anything different? So if the current trigger, if the distance between the player and the trigger that we're checking for is less than the distance between the player and the current trigger that it's looking at, then we'll replace it. It's going to be making this calculation for multiple objects every frame if I do this, though. Oh wait, I do need the actual trigger. Let's get the position off of that. The ternary operator will do the thing. Doesn't like that. Oh, why is there a parentheses there? Yeah, that shouldn't be there. Okay. Hello.
Meowdy do.
Oh, who dat? One moment. Vanini? You do the follow. Thank you. Also hydrate. A yup? What's your yup for? Why are you yupping me? Thank you for the hydrate, though. I don't know if what I'm doing is good or cool or whatever, but it's what's happening. Well, I don't need to check this. It'll just set it back to itself. But it'll perform the calculation. That'd be one thing that I could prevent it from having to do the calculation for. There's got to be a better way to actually check this than just calculating the distance every single time. But maybe not. Temporary trigger distance. Oh no, I don't always want to set this. Actually. This is better as an if statement. I don't want to do a ternary for this. Because I want to do multiple things from this Boolean check. That I want. He's going the distance. He's going for speed. She's all alone in her time of need. Otherwise, I don't want to do anything because we've already got our trigger and we don't need to do anything with this information, so we throw it out the window. All these calculations were for naught. How dare. Pepperoni. Now you're following twice? Wait, hold on. Was that a different account? Or did you accidentally unfollow and refollow? I don't know why those are all printing out right now. They're supposed to be on a timer, and I don't think we've hit the message limit for them to have printed. Oh, no, we did. I think I have one of them set to 5. So it probably, all the timers ran out and it was just waiting for the number of messages to be met. I'm sure there's something I can do to make those less intrusive, less abrasive. If there's long stints of messages, they're okay. But a lot of the time it's like 5 messages and then they get printed out again. And it's like 5 more messages and then they get printed out again. Although, I'm pretty sure one of those is set to 10, so I'm not sure why it's 5. Unless that was just an unfortunate combination. Yeah, one of those is set to 10. Well, I'll adjust those over time, I guess. the bot messages can trigger themselves. I mean, yeah, they are, I think. I was kind of hoping that they would be randomized when they spat out into the... But I also like the idea of they don't print out unless there are people in the chat. That's fun. Although it does have the added detriment of hiding chat's messages. By destroying, just spitting out a bunch of stuff into chat. Oh, you know what? I actually want to test something real quick with the bot too. Chat just has to out chat then. Yeah, that's kind of like it's more beneficial if there are more people talking in chat. But I've got, because I stream for such a long period, and I have so few regulars that drop by at the moment. There are longer stints of time where no one's chatting. So then as soon as somebody says something, basically it just, the trigger lets loose. I want to try this real quick. I actually haven't tested to see if this trigger works. If this command works. I've got triggers on the brain. Clips. There's clips. I don't think it did anything. I don't think it did anything. No clip? Oh! You're right. It did actually. It did make a clip. Alright, well, let's get rid of it. Buddha. God mode. Buddha mode. Wait, my source cheat's not working. You haven't typed quit smoking into your console. I see. That would be funny if I added like source console commands to affect my stream if someone puts them in chat, or if I put them in chat. Just like if I turn on no clip or something, then I can, like my webcam will like track the position of my cursor, so I'll just fly around the screen. I don't know. For God mode, maybe I'm just really big. I don't know. I don't know what the differences in those would be. For stream-wise. Maybe a health bar. Maybe I have a health bar and the health bar goes away. Okay, so this should add a little bit of regulation to what the should add a little bit of regulation as to what the doobly-doo is, the current trigger. I do need to have it determine some sort of method to set it back to null with the update current trigger though. How do I know whether it's leaving? If it's leaving a trigger, I don't want to just set the current trigger to null. I want it to look for other triggers in the vicinity and then set that to the current trigger. Wait, if current trigger is not equal to null, or no, that's not true. That's not what I want. Not is holding object. I don't want these to do anything. Because these are just on enter and exit. I don't want anything to show up if the player has something in their hands. Once they drop it, things can show up. But I also need to do this on trigger stay too. Wait, I think I'm already doing that because I'm passing this through. Yeah, I'm already doing that. Never mind. That's already being handled. I shouldn't need to do it. How am I going to tell this? If it is the player is exiting, I want it to change the current trigger to null. Only if there are what are my restrictions for this? When the player enters a trigger, I want it to check. to see if that trigger distance is less than the current trigger distance, and if so, then it prioritizes that one. Let me explicitly state this. If the player leaves one trigger, but it's still within trigger range of others, then nothing should change about the current trigger. The current trigger shouldn't necessarily be null. It should only be null if there are no triggers within the vicinity. But how do I know that there are no other triggers? I can detect the presence of a trigger, I think, but I don't know if I can detect... I can detect the absence of a trigger after I know the trigger is there, I guess. But how do I detect the absence of all triggers? Sorry, I was in the serious room? Okay. What's the serious room? Is that your office? Is it the bathroom? Taking a serious dookie? Ah, I see. You got taken away. You got vacked. The narrator berated me something. You broke the RP rules. Sorry. A streech. I will, in fact, streech. Okay, good. I did take that hydrate too. My pants are very wrinkly today, and I don't know why. Ooga booga. Ooh. Oh, that was too good of a stretch. I've got blood flowing again. In places that it should have been. But it wasn't. Ah. The one thing that I don't do super often is actually do forward leg stretching. My legs I need to stretch more than anything. That's why I exercise them more than anything. Although I do have the belly that I should probably exercise too. Me tummy tum. Oh, wait, hold on. It's 3 o'clock. What's happening in Monster Hunter? There's a Tsitsi Yaku, never mind, it's gone. I need more gathering points. There's so few. And far between. I've cut my portions back really far. I eat like twice a day now. But I'm also, I get easily distracted by things, I guess. Really? Oh, okay. Diet's half of the battle there. I love food, which is a shame because now I don't eat as much as I used to. You've only been eating once though. If it's a rich enough meal to keep you going through the day, might be all you need. Money is the other half, I guess so. But you can. I've been eating. I started eating 3 meals again, but I reduced the portion of those 3 meals. So I'm eating 3 meals, but I'm eating small amounts of things. Like I had like 2 pancakes for breakfast, and then I had an omelet, a 1 egg omelet for lunch. And then tonight I have hot dog. Hot dogs? Because I always have hot dog. Hot dog. Although I got fancy hot dogs actually because my parents, they ordered a box of like delivered. There's a butcher that delivers, and they ordered a bunch of meats from them as an early birthday present for me. A really early birthday present, but still as an early birthday present. There was a sale and they didn't want to miss it, basically. So now I've got 4. They call them gourmet franks that I get to eat on. Schmeat. Yeah. I got... My parents gave me some schmeat. Gave me their schmeat. But so now I've got a decent stock of fancy meats. And by fancy I mean things that I would normally buy at the grocery store, but it was in one package and was a good gift idea. So now I have to do less grocery shopping. And now I can eat something besides hot dogs for a little bit. I can have burgers instead, right? I'm truly living the American dream. You have pork shoulder in your freezer? Ooh. What will you do with the shoulder, Venini? I want like a local butcher's place. I know that we have one somewhere, but I haven't looked at them. You're gonna make pulled pork with it? Ooh, that sounds really good. Are you gonna draft up your own sauce? Draft it up. Are you going to make your own sauce? Are you gonna use something pre-packaged, pre-mixed, store? Are you gonna buy one? Are you gonna make a sauce with the maple cinnamon mead? I guess that could work out, yeah. I haven't really thought about... I assume that would be a marinade. I haven't really thought about using like a wine or a mead or a sherry or whatever inside the marinade before. Alcoholic. Make a whiskey steak. Cook it in the meat in the... Oh, a slow cook. Okay, that's fair. I thought you meant like you were gonna marinate the meat in it and then slow cook it, because pulled pork, I don't think you have to slow cook it, but it's much better if you slow cook it. Ah. My grandfather made the best ribs. I just remembered. Thinking of meat that just falls apart. He knew how to cook ribs to the point where they were so soft you could just take the bone out and you would just have all the meat in your mouth. It was so good. He told me how to do it, and I sort of remember how to do it, but I wish I had written it down at this point. Probably be a few weeks before you make it, or a few weeks before you can finish it all, because it's so much meat. I feel like if it was going to be a few weeks, it might be bad at that point. I don't think pork lasts in a fridge for a few weeks. You probably have to freeze it. Oh, there's ads! Sorry, ye Adley viewers. The mead needs a few weeks to settle. Oh, it's still in progress. Okay. I see. I understand. Check object. Let's say the player is in between three objects. It's in the collider of three objects. It checks this object. And it says, yes, your trigger distance is less than whatever the max that I put in there is. Actually, I think I've set it to 0. But it should be... I need to set it to something ludicrous, like 100. Because the distance will definitely be less than 100 if the player can interact with it. It then checks the second one, and it says, you know what, your distance is actually shorter than this one. So we're going to now switch to you. You are now our current trigger that we are focusing on. This one over here is about as far away as the first one was, so it ignores it. And doesn't set it to the current trigger. So the current trigger is currently directly in front of the player. The ones to the side don't matter. At the moment, the player picks this one up. The other triggers can't do anything because the player is currently holding something. If the player puts the object that they're holding down, it should still be the shortest distance away from them, so then should be the shortest distance. Let's say they move closer to one of them and put it down. They're like right next to the object, to another object, which is, so it's closer than the one that they put down. So now it should switch the priority to that object. They should pick that one up instead. And if they exit one, then it should do on player exited for that one, technically. But I also feel like it should be if it should only trigger the on exit if that's the current collider that we're focusing on. But then that doesn't work out for stations, I don't think. Or does it? No, it does, because if we're focusing more on picking something up rather than using the station that's in front of us. But if I leave everything, then I don't have a current trigger. How do I know I leave everything though? Because I can't check all colliders that are colliding with the player, I don't think. I could store all the colliders that are colliding with the player and then check to see if that, like, queue or whatever is empty. But is that worth it? Because currently I only have to check one thing. Well, currently I only have to keep track of one, rather. Oh, none of these are actually triggering right now. Oh, and this is currently my prioritization, it seems. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, God. I have collision with it wherever I go now, because I'm not getting rid of it. Maybe I do just nullify it. Because if I nullify it and I'm still in triggers, if I'm still in other triggers, then it should reconnect to a different trigger. It should nullify it and then immediately say, wait a minute, hold on trigger stay is still happening for this thing. So check that one again. Yeah, that one's closer than not being at one. So put that one in instead. So let's set current trigger equal to null. So if I, but that's if I'm at one, if I'm between two objects and I have one in my hands, or if I'm between three objects, then we'll say, and one of them is currently a priority, and I leave a different field, then on trigger exit, it's going to take away that priority for a fixed frame. It's going to take away that priority for whatever interval of time that it does. And then it would like add it back to the next frame. So there's one frame of not being able to have the priority of that object. Of it just being set back to 0. And then whenever the on trigger stay kicks in, it should put it back. But I would rather it never get rid of it if it's not. If other is equal to current trigger, then do this. Otherwise, it would just cycle between triggers that it already knows about. I don't know what just happened. It thought that I picked up a breadstick, but it didn't actually run anything. It didn't actually pick the breadstick up. That was interesting. Anyway. So it's preventing these from actually doing anything for some reason. Preventing these from actually doing anything. Maybe I should consolidate these into their own function. Well, yeah, I could do it. I could do like a handle interaction function or something along those lines. I don't know why this is in its own. I don't know why I separated that variable out. That can just go into here. I must have been doing something else to it at some point. But I want to clean that up a little bit so that I can read it easier. I still also don't understand how it's actually getting into here. Held object is clearly null in this scenario. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Yeah, it's clearly null, yet it still goes in there anyway. Because this is where it fails. I'm trying to print that out, and it says, oops, sorry, we don't have that. I know you have a null check for it, but we'd let it in anyway. So either it's not null here, and then it goes in, and then it's null here. Or this is checking for the wrong thing in the moment. get rid of actionable object to avoid confusion. Am I currently in play mode? No, good. 9! Possible current trigger isn't being... It's possible current trigger isn't actually updating properly. Do I not have access to its parent? I thought game object dot transform dot parent maybe. Try to go take a nap before D&D. I'll see you later. Alrighty, Vanini. I wish you a good snooze. I hope you are well rested for our session tonight. I have to remember how Ink plays. I've forgotten. I'll have to do some character practice before I join in. I've gotta find my motivation. I gotta get back into the scared boy. Scared. Slime. I guess he's not a boy because he's like 40 something, I think. I am a man. I'm great. Wait, transform dot parent. Transform dot parent isn't player detection zone. Transform is player detection zone. Game object is player detection zone. I said print out transform dot parent dot name. Oh, that's the current tag. I'm reading the wrong thing. Station object is the current. Okay, well the station object clearly isn't closer then. It's just like the first trigger is what it's getting. Station object. So if it's station object and I walk over these breadsticks, they are no longer... I'm apparently not entering them. I'm apparently no closer to them than I was to the station object right now. But if I if I get out of the station object's zone, then it detects the breadsticks. And if I get closer to the the station object, it doesn't pick it up as being closer. So it wasn't closer. So there's still something wrong here. The distance calculation isn't being done at the right times. Even though I have it as on trigger stay. I'm entering other triggers and it's just not recalculating it, I guess. Is that because I have the yeah, that's probably why. Okay, hold on. Let me get rid of these. I want it to update trigger based on proximity. Instead of it just saying no. Okay, so all of the triggers are now showing up. But I wanted it to only do this to the closest one. So why is it doing it for all of them? I guess it's running, oh no, it's running, Do I need to do update? Do I need to do the update on fixed update instead? Instead of collider enter? Or transform? No, it was trigger. That's the T word I'm looking for. Currently on trigger enter and on trigger stay, it's updating it. Boom, boom, bum, 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 bum. Is it not actually grabbing anything because of the is holding object? That shouldn't be the problem. Is holding object should be okay. Okay, that's not the problem. It does think that it has them. So if do I even need this check, actually? Why don't I just... Ah, scheiße. Well, same thing, I guess. Same, but different. If we are holding an object, then don't do anything. It'll still enter the function, it'll start the function frame, and it'll say, oh, we're not supposed to be here, and it'll kick it out. I know technically it would probably be more efficient for it to never enter the function frame in the first place, but I feel like that's such a minor thing right now that I don't really care about it. It would basically be, I think it's negligible. regardless. Like, even at the end of this entire process, I think it will be negligible. The time that it would take. And the resources that it would take. Is it in the pick event that I've assigned? Or is for some reason the are no objects registering to the pick event, to the pickup event? I wonder if I've broken that connection somewhere. Do I even need to check that? I'm checking it here. Technically, this shouldn't have even fired. So there's no reason for me to check this here. I guess it would be... It's like a fail-safe at that point, but if my order of operations are running smoothly enough, none of these I should have to check. All of these should get checked in the player side of things. There's no reason for me to handle checks for them over here. I didn't make all of these virtual functions anyway. I would like them to be overridden at some point. So given the on-trigger enter event here, it does do the assignment. Oh, that's the problem, I think, with my multiple pickups. I'm not checking to see. I'm just assigning. I'm just assigning the events to the player for every task object that the player touches. But it should only be calling. It should only be calling this on the current trigger that it has stored. So why is it picking up everything? It's focusing on a trigger that it knows that it wants to interact with, and when the player presses the interaction key, it should fire the event for only that trigger. Because it's grabbing the specific task object script from that trigger. Saying, I've got you. You're mine now. New ear cups should be shipping sometime at the end of this month. I know one of these has a broken... Actually, one of these has 2 broken clips in it. I think it's this one. I had to super glue one of them back in because I still had the plastic for it. The other one, I don't know where it went. thought I just saw something change on my other monitor, but apparently no. Ads are about to start. Oh no. Oh no. Got about 40 seconds before that happens. If you would like to avoid them and you are listening, feel free to mute your browser or just get up and leave and do something else for about a minute and a half. Won't be no skin off my nose. D&D's at 6:30 today. I was actually thinking that I was going to go longer, but if D&D is tonight, which I had forgotten to think about, that means I can't. I will have to end at my normal time of 6. Okay. Well. A shame to myself that I got on here an hour later than I should have. I wonder if I should, probably take that time and tack it on to Friday or something. Maybe run an extra hour longer on Friday so that I can make up the missing time. Although, it might run me a little ragged if I am to do overtime. Because the regular timing already runs me a little ragged sometimes. I do take short lunches. However, I would like to finish this pretty fast, too. Because selling it would be the only thing making me money. What's my analytics like for this? I'm at $43 worth of revenue for the month so far. And I think I have to get to 50 for them to actually pay me anything. That does appear to be the threshold. Oh no, sorry, I'm at 37. Wait, hold on. I'm sure that there's a way that I can use the bot that I have to make things a bit more transparent in terms of earnings and spendings for the channel. I'd like to do that at some point. That way people know that what I'm using the subscriptions funds for. That's gonna take a while to write, I think, though. Formatting it at the very least. So that's another overtime thing, probably. I want to avoid this. Because this is happening on everything, I think. Component. There we go. So I grab the player component. Apparently I don't. Never mind. I was kidding. Oh, it just needed a semicolon. It was having a time. Got it. It's just crying. I want to know if the player's current trigger is the trigger that I'm... of the instance of this task object. I want to know if it's the trigger that is connected to the instance of this task object. So if the player has collided with a trigger, it has entered a trigger, and that trigger is the collider that the player is focusing on, then it adds the event. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. Although this also sounds like it should be a thing for on-trigger stay too, so I'll have to look into that once I figure out how to do it for enter. Yes, nodding is correct. So I could say... can I say current trigger? I don't think I can access that. I don't have access to the player's trigger from here. What the player considers its current trigger. I could make a property for that, but should that be publicly accessible information? Maybe? I guess it wouldn't change it if it's a property. It would just allow you to look at it, so that's I don't see too much harm in there. We'll call it prioritized trigger. And then I can check that from here. No, not this. This is the task object. I need to check. Does the task object have a reference to the collider? It does. Is equal to player detection zone. Is that a dot equals or a double equals? compares the contents of a string. The double equals operator compares the reference identity, while the equals method compares only content. So I think I want identity, so I'm going to do a double equals here. That sounds more correct. I wonder how many people enter my stream, then hear me say something, and then they're like, this guy has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, and then they leave. That's the point. Maybe I shouldn't restrict the removal of... Well, maybe I should, because if it exits... Oh, Jesus. But these are disjointed, so what if it sets the current trigger... What if it sets the current trigger back to null before this on exit runs? In which case, it won't remove the method from the event. I need to go get my red string out. Start taping up the walls. Because of the possibility. There's plenty of possibilities that some of this works on my machine, but somebody with a higher end or a lower end PC, it might work completely different on. I've never made anything for multiple PCs before. I've made things for defined systems that I knew what the hardware was for. I knew what the hardware was. I knew how to manipulate it. Manipulative. Look at all those breadsticks on the floor. That's very wrong what it's doing there. Okay, so it's still grabbing everything in the collider and running the trigger. And it's still saying that it's actually picking them up, but it's not. Let me maybe not do this yet. Let's not check for this just yet. So that I can reduce the number of moving parts that I'm messing with. So was there a task object, whatever has been interacted with? Dropping item breadstick, okay. So on-player interaction is carried true. I don't see anything in here related to the current triggerable, the current trigger. Nor do I see anything here Oh, well, of course it's not related to the current trigger. Does this have anything to do with the current trigger? Pick up item, held item. No, this doesn't have anything to do with the current trigger. The only thing that would have anything to do with the current trigger is the pickup, where it grabs the current trigger item. Oh, there's no S. Actually, no, I just wanted to draw. Check the current trigger. See if I can get a line to print out so I can actually see what it thinks the current trigger is at every point in time. A visualization of this would be nice. Da, 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 da. E. Ah! Oh, I actually picked them up this time. Okay. So it currently has this breadstick here as its current trigger. What did I change that made me pick them up? All I did was add the debug draw line, I thought. And then I looked at a bunch of things. I got rid of these, I guess, but I also tested this before I added those to begin with, and it didn't work. What did I do? I'm gonna look back at the footage for this and say, oh, of course. That's a trick question. That's a trick, that's a trick. So if I put this back, will it... Oh, I also need to go into here where I just added that debug line. And I just say if current trigger is not equal to... Okay, you just don't put it inside the parentheses. That's fine. That's great, Visual Studio. You know how you predict the things that I'm going to do? If I make an if statement, maybe put the thing that I type inside the parentheses that you automatically generate instead of moving my cursor to the end of them. Why would I make an if statement if I'm not going to fill it? I don't know. Visual Studio knows better than I do. E. 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 I just wanna I just wanna zoom in on that part and just layer me saying E and just print it out. just have it play for as many of those I run over. Was Chubby streaming? Chubby's by herself in the call. Let me pull up her stream real quick. Give her some lurking love. Unfortunately, I don't own any of the games that she's playing today, so I can't join her on those. I think she's playing Siege and Valorant. I don't own Valorant. I do own Counter-Strike, but I don't own Valorant. You know what? I want to edit my things. Yeah. Sounds like that sound effect in the song sounds like someone's like dropping Legos really quickly. That. Like that is some like thin small plastic object just colliding with each other. Just, but they're hollow too, just a little bit. I'm sure it's actually an instrument or something along those lines, and I'm being silly. But when am I not being silly? I am a silly man. Currently with the... Oh, this is the wrong script. Currently with this, it doesn't think that any of them are correct. And that's possibly because it never gets the chance to add one in the first place. If player component dot prioritized trigger is equal to the detection zone and the player component. No. Maybe I put this one first. This is gonna have to be an and, though, I think. If this is gonna be an or. Actually, or player component dot. Prioritize triggers equal to null. Then assign the object. But then that also means that what's gonna happen is that every single object on enter is going to do it. You've got a question? Welcome, lad. What's your question? If the moral choice in the story is inconsequential for the gameplay, does that mean it's also inconsequential for the player? I would say that it probably depends on who and how they decide. On who's making the decision and how they've decided it. I feel like the process of their decision is the more important criteria to answer that question. But for the most part, I think people are going to say, it's a video game, I made a choice. Like, a lot of the times, I make all the choices when I'm given multiple dialogue options. I play through multiple times and I do all the dialogue options because, like, Remnant, you have to do all the dialogue options or you miss things. But I guess the moral choice there isn't inconsequential to the gameplay in that scenario, is it? If it is inconsequential to the gameplay, then if the player's like role-playing as somebody else, or they're just like they're not making the choice based on their own morals, then no. Or then yes, actually. My pleasure, Sled. I know that I'm long-winded with my answers. I can't just give a yes or no. Unfortunately, I'm an engineer. Were you looking for just yes or no? I assume yes. But there's too many edge cases that I conjure up. I'm going to be thinking about this question for the rest of the month. Oh, ads are coming in about 40 seconds. Feel free to walk away, do something else, mute your browser. I don't know if this is gonna work. I feel like this is just going to give me the same problem that I already had. Let's try it out. I want to watch it not do what I expected. I want to watch it do exactly what I expected it to do, actually. E. Yeah. So in this scenario, it's not null. The event is null? This actually didn't do what I expected to do, because I thought what was going to happen is that this was going to cause everything to conglomerate in front of the character again, in front of the player. But it didn't. Instead, it had the previous effect, which was where nothing happened. So currently, my options are everything or nothing gets picked up. Oh, I have an eyebrow hair caught in my glasses. Currently, everything or nothing gets picked up. How am I going to separate these things out? Oh no, wait. Yeah. Ooh woo. I've only got an hour left. What am I doing? I'm goofing off. That's what I'm doing. My brain's going burr. I'm still trying to figure out a way to limit this to a single object out of a group without necessarily creating a collection of them and selecting one to do it. I want it to just go. I want the objects to worry about themselves, handle their own collisions and triggers. If I am to do this, I'm surprised this OR didn't actually break it out. Hold on, with this OR, let me run through some analysis here. If I was over top of multiple objects with the player and they detected that a player was over top of them, each of them individually would have attempted to check this on trigger enter. It would have run this on trigger enter. It would say, this is a player. The compare tag would pass. It would get a reference to it would get access to the player script component. It would check its prioritized trigger. It would say that the prioritized trigger is this one. Let's say it's the out of a possible 5, it's the third one in the line. So it would say this is the third one. The prioritized trigger has been set to the third one. I don't equal that, so I'm out. If it is the third one, it says, okay, I equal that. I have that player detection zone. And then it should assign the event. So the problem here is either the prioritized trigger isn't set yet, which I thought the null would handle, but what I was expecting the null to do, because of the way that it's going about things, I would have expected the null to have had the same effect as it did previously, where it picked up all of them. But it didn't do that. It picked up none of them. Does that mean that the prioritized trigger is set then, but the player detection zone doesn't ever equal the prioritized trigger? So maybe this comparison is always false. And then while I'm at it, I can just take this and that. I do know now that, where's my on trigger? Is it on trigger stay that I'm causing this to print out? Yes, because this. So let's get rid of that. I have a draw line. It's fine. I'll be able to see which one it's looking at. The byline. Did I save? I did save. Good. Wonder bar. Disappointed. Okay, neither of them worked. This detection didn't work. So it can't figure out that it has the same collider. For whatever reason, they aren't the same. So I need to print out, I think, what I have access to. I could have sworn, unless the dot equals is instead what I need to use. You know what? Let's try a dot equals real quick and see if anything's different. I was assuming for identification. Yeah. It would have been the double equals, but maybe it is a dot equals. That typically does, from what I read, that does content, not ID. I could get the GU ID, I guess, maybe, but... Okay, hold on. Maybe I wait for one of these to roll out. Wait, what? The player detection zone is off, or rather the but it understands that it was a player, that it compared the tag and it did get a player. And the player's script is here, so it should be there. Which of these is... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to go make another... Or rather, you know what? Let's just breakpoint here and attach. Not there, you... I don't even need to spawn anymore. I can just use the one that's already on the ground. I don't know why I haven't been doing that. Is this dead? No, it knows what that is. Okay, what's this? Its prioritized trigger is null. Got it. So that is the problem. I'm checking to see if null is equal to a thing. And it's not, obviously, so it's false. So this isn't a thing. This hasn't been set yet. Gosh, even though I've got it here, it's probably because it's doing a calculation. And I can't tell it to wait for that, I don't think. I've got to have it directly give it that information. when it gets it. Or maybe I can have the... I mean, I could do this on player entered, I guess. But is this not also a... No, this gets called by the player directly. That's not an event or anything. That's just the player saying, I've got the thing that I'm looking at. I want to call its on player entered. Can't even do that right yet, though. So if maybe if I can figure out why it's not limiting the on player entered call, then I can move the information. The reason that I did it in that trigger, though, is because, well, on player entered now does have a reference to the player, so I can call all of this in that. And that, I know, gets called manually here after this has been set. This gets set here, this gets called here. So I will know that there is something in that. It will have a dedicated trigger set at that point. And then I don't need the on trigger enter here. They won't have competing stuff. And then I've got a one-stop shop that I can use to find the information about the task object that I'm expecting to be interacting with. I don't have to do things on the task object side to account for what the player's situation is going to be. I can just say, hey, the player situation is this, which means this task object do this thing. Oh, I never made a tweet today. Damn. I didn't announce my swim. Oh well. I think like 2 people see that and they show up already. Oof. Ouch. Somebody took the music from Heartbound and put it in their game. Thor was not happy about that. Oh, jeez. Okay, 5:10. I'm losing daylight. Actually, I've got plenty of daylight. There it is. It's on my face. You can see it reflecting. Okay, stop this first of all. let me... If I were to comment all of this out... Well, actually, let me copy some of this first. I don't need... It's going to error some things. I don't need... this. I need player dot prioritize target. We're gonna go back to a double equals. Ah! If triggers match, I don't need to check for null anymore because they should be there. There shouldn't be a null. I shouldn't have to worry about a null at this point. Then player.onObject pickup event. Do the thing, Julie. And then I can comment all this out. I don't need to do that. And then I can do the same thing down here on the other thing that I was going to do. Actually, I can't right now, but if I take... Oh, wait, never mind. No. That's not on trigger. On trigger exit. This happens first. But I need this to happen first. So this actually should probably happen last. And then I can check for if. If the current trigger, if I leave a trigger, if I have, I shouldn't need this. I shouldn't need to do that. I already determined that, I think. There shouldn't be a situation where that's null. And we're leaving a trigger. Because if I have any trigger, it should be set to something. Based on my on-trigger stay that I'm using now. Garmanarnar. Why do you let me speak? Toot. So, welcome in. Thank you for the stretch. I will do that in just a second. Let me test a thing. Wait, actually, I want both of these. Let's do this. This is player. And this is... I don't know why I'm getting the thing again there, actually, but that is also player. So this should work out. Let me test this real quick. And then, in frustration of it not working, I will stretch. I will stretch myself. You've come in on the last hour of the day, Sal. I will have to... Triggers match. I will have to bug out at exactly 6 because I need to get ready for D&D at the end of the day. One true, one false. I picked up 1! Alright. That's good. I can't see anything. I'm trying to unselect my character. Euro games these days. Okay, it's still showing both of them. That green that you see. What are Euro games? That sounds like a slot machine that takes a euro. Euro football matches. Oh, like European football matches? I see. I've got a buddy that plays. Oh, sorry, soccer because America. Yes. Yes. Oh, I've got a buddy that plays soccer. Wasn't it? Are they exactly the same, or wasn't? I think they are exactly the same, actually. Yeah, I think football is soccer. Although football for football does make a lot more sense because you primarily play it with your feet. Anyway, I'm gonna stretch now. Wow, you've triggered the bot. They're excited. All of the messages are playing. I mean, I guess you do at some point use your foot in American football, but primarily you run with it and you throw it. The ball is made to be thrown. That's the whole point of it. It should be throw ball, not football. I'm sure that it became football because it was originally soccer or something like that, and then it evolved over time. It's probably something like that, and we just never changed the name. But you think at this point we'd probably, I think it's probably so ingrained that it's going to be difficult to change the name, but it probably should be. That's just me being a categorization. What's a good word for that? Nitpicky. Oh, no ads. Coming in about 40 seconds. It's funny how only the US calls it soccer. Is it just the US? Or is it like the imperial system where sometimes some other people do it? Who calls football soccer? Soccer originated in England. Oh, wait, what? Well, the ads are happening, so... Boom. It does have fucking legs.
It's got feckin' legs.
It does have fucking legs. He run around at the speed of sound. How you doing, Zeltech? You've come in on my greatest achievement. I can pick things up. And I can put them down too. Yes. But more importantly, I can prioritize a thing to pick up. But are you doing it in a physics-based manner? No. No, I am moving the object's transform. And I'm actually turning off physics. I turn on kinematic. The main problem that I was having, according to my task though. Thank you for the sub, by the way. I don't know if I ever said that. The main problem that I was having according to my task was if I was over top of a massive pile of them. Whoops. I was over top of a massive pile of them, it would pick up all of them and put them right in front of the player. But now, it prioritizes one, and it just picks that one up. And it puts it in his nose. Uh-oh. Never mind. I still have a problem. As you can tell by the perfectly stacked markers. This is a marker sword. That's all this is. Okay, but like now I want to pick up multiple ones. I have thought, because this is a thing that I've just realized can happen when I let go of them, I kind of want to implement being able to pick up multiple ones now. But I want it to be done correctly, you know? Oh, I've broken it. Okay. I got an error there. I don't know what that was about. Did I just duplicate this item? It's supposed to do it based on proximity, and I'm definitely closer to this one that's on the ground. Pretty sure. How do you do the feetsies? It's real complex. So what I did was I took 2 ramps and I attached them to the character, player character, and then I put a rotate script on them. Let's see if I can get you the here's the complex script that handles it. See, I rotate it. Oh, okay. Well, here's the rotate script. I give it a speed and I do a transform.rotate. I do also have an option that I should probably set up here. That allows you to, if you turn it on, it just constantly rotates them at a regular rate. Otherwise, it's based on the velocity magnitude. I haven't used this in a while. Oh, thank you. I did it for fun one day because I was really bored. I was brain rattled from trying to figure out a problem. What does this go to? On object pickup event was null at some point. So at some point in my attempting to pick things up and put things down, it didn't assign the event. There was no event. Or the event was empty. So this probably is related to what I was thinking about with it just happening on player entered and exited. I think I have to do something on stay as well. That's also, I mean, I guess that's also how I decided I was going to come up with I was going to try to pick up multiple things. I have a problem with picking up multiple things though. I'm gonna have to give them like set places that they go in your arms. Because I want to turn kinematics off. I want them to be rigid bodies that the player can move around. So I might just like lock all their rotations and positions and whatnot. The idea is because I want you to be able to pick up something that's kind of long and like Three Stooges turn around and hit somebody with it. It's like karate chop him in the back of the head. And I want to be able to... Currently, if you turn off the physics, if you turn on kinematics, because they don't adhere to physics, you can push the object into a station, which is much, much heavier than the object that you're carrying, and it will just move the station out of the way. And I don't want that. I want the object to struggle to push something like that. I want it to kind of push it, but I want it to struggle to do it. Sounds funner if you get jostled around. Yes, if you get knocked out, you're gonna drop your item. Sounds like Party Animals. It is supposed to be sort of a party game. I'm trying to make it the way that I'm thinking about it right now, and I don't know if it's an entirely correct description. I'm kind of thinking about it as a combination of Overcooked and something along the lines of Party Animals. But I don't want the characters to be constant ragdolls that I'm puppeting. I want them to be solid with animations, but they can still get knocked over. And they can still like roll around on the ground and kind of ragdoll. Physics-based Mario Party. Not in terms of like the mini games and stuff. It's gameplay wise is probably gonna be more like Overcooked, but it's gonna be things are moving fast and you can be detrimental to your own team. But I want it to... I know some people are gonna probably get sweaty about it if they decide to play it. But I would like for it to be just like all in good fun. There's gonna be like explosions happening and things are just gonna like spawn bombs or something or whatnot. I just want it to be fun. Yeah, exactly. I don't want people to get frustrated with their friends when they're playing this game. But I know somebody's gonna try to play this game with their friends and they're gonna get super sweaty about it. Sweaty casuals. I'm keeping like the theme and stuff under wraps just a little bit because it's not like impressive or revolutionary or anything what my theme is, but it's just to like give me a little bit of time in case somebody... I don't know if people on Twitch go hunting for small streamers for game ideas that they can snipe because they can make games faster. Because I'm doing this as a learning experience, I'm going to make things very slowly. I doubt anyone's gonna try to take it, and even if they do, this is basically just portfolio for the most part, and maybe I can sell it. It doesn't have to be impressive or just good and fun. Yeah, that's the plan. I want it to be good and fun, but I also I want to be the one to push it out first. And it's fine if somebody else has a similar game, obviously. I can't like fault anybody for coming up with a similar idea. I want the idea that I had to be the one that I make. And I don't want somebody else to make my idea for me. Jack's film? You don't know Jack? Is that what you're talking about? Was that a Jack's Films thing? That was a Jack's Films thing. Okay. Some of like YouTuber. Oh no, wait. You don't know Jack is a. That's a Jack's film or Jack's box. Yeah, live. I have a feeling half of those things only blow up because it is that personality doing something and they already have a following that'll basically buy whatever they tell them to. It was like Jack's Box, but a Twitch chat. I remember Yai Live. I remember Yai. And then I remember him talking about Yai Live, but I kind of just stopped watching Jack's Films at that point, I think. My entertainment criteria had changed at the time for whatever reason. I was like, I'm getting kind of tired of this. I'm going to move on. Had a bunch of mini games like Pictionary and Mad Libs. Oh. That does sound like fun. Pictionary? Yai. Yesterday I drew you. When he got stuck on Yai, I got tired of watching. I mean, if it's probably a steadier source of income than having to do content creation every day. It's another stream of income, I should say. Haha, get it? Stream. Think he killed Yai already. Maybe. It's been a while. It came out a long time ago. That was his idea for that was a long time ago. That was. When did I last watch Jack's Films? I think I might have. It might have been like a year or two after I graduated college. So like 2018, 2019. Oh, college was so long ago. My youth was even longer. DoorDash has profiles? Why would they do that? I mean, I guess it's probably so you can save what your like food priorities are. They can save it out per user. Oh, but they've made it like social media. I see. Probably then so that you can. I don't know what they're doing with it. I have no idea. I don't know why they would do that. Maybe they just want it. A lot of people just go for that kind of thing. It's like character creators in video games. If you have a character creator, you'll draw a certain audience versus not having one. It was public by default and people can see your reviews and contributions. Contributions as in things that you've purchased? Or as in... Hell if I know what that means. Is it a... It's not a money value, is it? I feel like that would be an invasion of privacy. If they're publicly displaying how much money you've spent. Although I guess it's probably an invasion of privacy if they're telling other people what you eat and where you eat. They already sell. Oh, they definitely do. They absolutely do. Because it's another stream of income for them, and they can shut the shit off on site. The restaurants that are on DoorDash most likely want analytics, and companies that are investing in these kinds of things probably also want the analytics on it. Getting analytics on places is good for business, but a lot of the times it's bad for privacy for the people. I think now if it's like location information, that shit probably shouldn't be sold. But if it's like things in a certain like either state or something, like it doesn't connect the people to the place or the people to the yeah,